There we go. Just had to pick the right microphone there. We are back. My name is East, and I am casting for the TemTeam Cup May Edition. This is Golld versus Axolotus. They surprised me a bit there, jumping in about 5 minutes early, but it's all good. We got some Timmy Tam action for you today. Golld running this very stall-oriented, bulky defensive team up against Axolotus, who is playing the mid-range Mudrid variant with 2 mentals to assist Mudrid with controlling the board with Crystal Deluge. And then a fairly aggressive team other than that with Koish, Mooflank, Oshiara, very upfront powerful Tems. Golld's opted to go for the Volfi OB10 opener to get some evasion synergy perhaps going on there with Grumper and Saku in the back. And Axolotus is coming in with Volfi and Kinu, so Volfi plus support for both sides. Mooflank and Adoraboros are in the back. Golld's last pick for the draft will be Calibus. And the final pick for Axolotus, the Barnchi. So let's see what we've got here. Golld opening up with OB10 beside Volfi and Kinu beside Volfi for Axolotus. So very similar openings for both players. Volfi plus a support. Both tamers see their Volfi as a potential win condition here if it gets all buffed up. No Mudrid coming from Axolotus, so we won't be seeing those Crystal Deluges as Kinu comes out, as Kinu is wont to do. And in comes the Mooflank. Flag is going to land quickly onto OB10 here. This is going to be a trap condition onto OB10. For how long? Who can say? Golld throwing in the Tesla Prison, and that's going to be a slingshot proc. And Volfi goes for the Plague to trap the other Volfi in. No handcuffs on Golld's Volfi. He is opting for a Sweatband instead. So some flurry of action there. We've got a -1 speed on the Volfi, and of course the slingshot proc giving +1 defense, +1 special defense, and a +1 speed to the OB10. In these sorts of matchups where both teams have quite a bit of buffing going on, keeping track of who's getting what buff is going to be pretty important. OB10 is locked in to face this Mooflank. However, with the speed boosts, Burrow and Bush are going to start outpacing Axolotus' team. And if that's the case, then it's going to be hard for them to deal any damage into Tems like Volfi, as they tend to buff themselves up. OB10 goes back for the Tesla Prison. This is actually the fastest move coming out of any of the Tems this turn, gaining more slingshot procs. Goring goes in, but with those 2 defensive bonuses, OB10 is all of a sudden very tanky. Volfi aims for the Dust Vortex, and that will land onto OB10, but as previously mentioned, the double slingshot proc does mean that OB10 is just going to be living this. And now it has access to both Burrow and Bush at +2 speed, making it a very fast threat. And we know 3 of the items on Axolotus' side, none of them are drill, so it does look like without drill it's going to be pretty hard to do much to this OB10. And it does indeed go for Bush. With that synergy, that means it's going to be another 2 special defense onto the very scary looking OB10, which does get a little bit of regeneration here. Volfi going for Plague, of course. This won't trap in the Kinu. Not only because of no handcuffs, but also the Griefs active on the Kinu. So now this very fast OB10 does have some problems. It only has 25% HP, and Golld actually has no way to heal it other than Bush providing regeneration. But they have managed to secure quite the suite of buffs onto OB10, and So that any Tem that not named Mooflank or Wolfie is going to have a pretty hard time dealing significant damage to this Obi-10. And looking at the battle log here, we can see that try to put together who's got the win condition going forward in this match. The Obi-10 does retreat, and Calibus comes in. It's going to be a double out from Golld. Saku accompanying Calibus. Goring, big damage into the Calibus. 25% combined with the Beta Burst. It's going to put the Cala 32%, no, 42% damage. Not bad at all. Saku with Tornado up now can do some pretty big damage back into Mooflank, although the Mooflank, carrying a Kinu buff of its own, is going to be pretty resilient. You have to wonder if, despite all the buffs that Golld has secured onto his Tems, if he might just not be healthy enough to finish the deal. Axolotus continuing to apply pressure with Beta Burst, looking perhaps to swap. We have not seen either Mental Tem hit the board yet, but this could be an interesting spot to bring in Barnshee. Let's see if you go for it. No, it's actually just going to be a cage. And Kinu swapping out alongside, and yes, it will be the Barnshee coming in on the Kinu slot. Golld going for Lightful Sap on his Saku, while Calibus Toxic inks the Mooflank. So the cage not catching Golld's team off guard necessarily, but does lock in the Calibus to eat Tornado from Barnshee. Although it also locks in Mooflank to eat Tornado from Saku. I think Axolotus is happy with that trade, though, as down goes Calibus. Goring dealing some big damage to Saku. Saku opting for Wind Burst instead of Tornado. That is going to bring the Mooflank down to just under 30%. Saku looking pretty strong into this board. While in the meantime, Golld going for the Grumper. So this is a pretty good board for Grumper. The depleted Mooflank is vulnerable to Tornado if it decides to stay in. And of course the Grumper threatening big damage onto Barnshee and Adoraboros, meaning that Axolotus will likely be pressured to make a switch here. See what Golld does to pursue the switches, or if Axolotus decides to no-sell them and instead try to pressure out Golld's Tems. As the game progresses here, we can see that while Axolotus does have the Tem advantage, Golld does have the buff advantage, but his HP on those buffs is not particularly strong. So here comes Wolfie. This is a fairly predictable switching turn from Axolotus. So I wonder what Golld will do in response. So here's the Kinu buff. It's going to be a Thunderstrike from Grumper, so Golld does force the switch. Does cover it. And Saku with the Wind Burst, also following up onto the Wolfie, but as we can see, with a double Kinu buff in play, all of a sudden, the Wolfie on Axolotus' side looking pretty spooky. The ability to heal itself, and no longer any source of Toxic Ticks, unless this Saku is running Toxic Spores. It's going to be a pretty difficult road to KOing this Wolfie. Golld does have some options in terms of raid bossing his own Tems. Saku in particular could be a pretty strong target for some defensive buffs here, but Golld has to be careful because this move flank does have execution available to hit OB10 if it can through the evasion. As well, some potential for toxic ticks to be coming from Axolotus' side from the Ouroboros. Those can be very valuable. There's Revitalize and Lightful Sap. Yeah, a pretty standard stall play coming out here. Windburst going to deal some more efficient damage into the Kinu, but not nearly enough to kill. And Golld Saku has run itself out of stamina without really getting to use Tornado here. Wolfie does come in. But no Bark Shield used. Golld not really taking the opportunity to get the buffs up on that very defensive turn from Axolotus. And Axolotus seems to be rather able to just kind of get away with these very, I want to say, greedy turns. There's a Hypnosis coming out, and it will hit the OB10, so that OB10 is not going to be doing much in terms of movement here. Golld reading a swap, going for a Plague, but deciding to stay in. The Plague, however, does go into the OB10 as well. That gets rid of the Hypno, so a bit of a interesting cross-up play there from Axolotus. Perhaps expecting the Wolfie to be faster and forgetting about the Tesla Prison debuff that's been put on it by OB10. Still though, the Plague does do some damage, and a big problem with Golld's 5 Tems that he's brought this match is no side healing compared to Axolotus' Revitalize from Kinu, which means that OB10 is only really going up by 10% HP every time it clicks Bush. It'd be very difficult for OB10 to stick on the board through its buffs and really get some stuff going. Meanwhile, Golld's Wolfie. Not nearly as many buffs on it, but it does have speed advantage, which means that Plague can wipe out the Lightful Sap and also put a lot of pressure onto the Wolfie. This time it's going to be a switch, and it will be Ouroboros coming in. Golld deciding to push that offensive scaling. Plague hits onto Ouroboros. Again, no trapping available, which actually means that he can't clear the Lightful Sap, which is pretty sad, and Dust Vortex will take out the OB10. So 5 Tems to 3 now in favor of Axolotus. And Golld's buffs are mostly gone. So Axolotus with the advantage in Tems, advantage in health, and advantage in buffs. So hopefully Golld has a plan, because he is looking a little worse for wear. Plague comes out, again, perhaps reading a switch or simply wanting to control some stamina. Will be Virulent Gust hitting the Saku. The Saku replying with Windburst, but not enough to KO. And double screen active on the Ouroboros, helping it tank things out. And the rest on the Wolfie gets its stamina back. And this Wolfie represents a bigger wall than even Golld is used to having at this point in the game. As we hit turn 12, and wall-to-wall combat is slowing the game down quite a bit. And now the Barnsey coming in. This is likely to try and resist a wind attack. Plague is going to trap in Saku. And Saku opting for Wind Burst. This time, Golld's Wolfie opts to take a rest, replacing quite a bit of its stamina. So if we look at the way the game's progressed so far, Golld very likely feeling that because the move flank is so low on HP, that he doesn't need to use Bark Shield on Saku or Stonewall and Grumper to buff up his Tem's defensive stats. Instead focusing more on just trying to chip away at all of Axolotus' Tems that are not Volphy. This means that Golld is likely setting up for an endgame scenario where he can take advantage of the fact that his Volphy has Sweatband and more speed than Axolotus' Volphy. So if he can play for a Volphy versus Volphy match, it's very possible that he can stall out and manipulate the Volphy's stamina to the point where he's able to pick up the win. Still working away at this Barnshee. The Barnshee, as it turns out, can bamboozle faster than Golld's Volphy can plague, which means that it can just kind of stall things out here. It is going to go for a tornado, though. Pressuring that Saku, again, just trying to deal more and more damage to it. The Saku, very good at resisting Volphy's attacks. Plague causing the Volphy to slightly OX, while Saku does save itself. Barnshee living on just 1% HP. But you can see Golld is leveraging his Volphy and his Saku here to slowly chip away, dealing some damage to Axolotus' board. Trying to perhaps clear up some sort of state for Grumper to do something, but with that +1 special attack, on the Volphy, can it clear out Doroboros, Kinu, and Mooflank without support from the other two Tems? It's going to be interesting. Barnshee retreats, and in comes a Doroboros. What will Golld decide to do? Will they keep the Saku in? No, the Saku leaves, so Grumper does have Thunderstrike open here, and the Volphy is overexerted, so it will rest. Golld's Volphy going for the Plague. Again, no handcuffs, so the Adoraboros just slowly getting chipped. Volphy does take a little bit of OX there in order to use the Plague. So Axolotus with the initiative now with two Tems that can take turns here. But nothing that can easily switch into Grumper's Thunderstrike, and Plague is likely not going to be a one-hit KO. So Golld will likely be able to get off a Thunderstrike onto Axolotus' board, and that's going to claim any Tem here. Unless, will the Adoraboros go for Inner Spirit? And it's going to be a reactive Vial coming out from the Grumper. The OX, and there it is, the Inner Spirit, but the Grumper with the reactive Vial means it will not take super effective damage from this. Tanking it pretty well. And the Volphy OXing to use that Plague means that Grumper, healing up with Inductor, likely will be able to take another attack. Golld with a solid set of plays there. The reactive Vial Grumper tech, allowing it to stay in against Volphy and get stuff done. Here comes the Kinu. Baton Pass, without Baton Pass being forced to run Grease, the Kinu is now low enough that a +1 Plague likely goes for the KO here onto Axolotus. However, this is a very fast Kinu on Axolotus' side, and Golld's Volphy is not particularly fast, meaning it may be able to get off a Hypnosis or a Beta Burst before the Grumper and Volphy can counterattack. As we wait to see what the Tamers will do here. Golld still playing towards this endgame. As you can see, even though the Volphy is +3/+3, with the speed drop, it's really hard for it to take moves without running out of stamina without that Sweatband. And the Sweatband paying huge dividends for Golld here as he tries to slowly take this game to an endgame state. We're over halfway through the game's allotted amount of turns, coming up to turn 17. We'll see what the Tamers decide to do here. It It is going to be Sacrifice. Wolfie going up to +5/+5. Does get hit by Plague, which will manipulate the stamina slightly. Grumper going for its own buffs. A Stonewall onto Wolfie means that it will gain some resilience. Golld, if he has access to Bush, can also use that to keep the Wolfie nice and healthy. This does mean, however, Golld only having one more turn of Reactive Vial. And this Grumper is going to feel the pressure from Barnshee's Wind moves, as it no longer resists them. Of course, it no longer takes super effective damage from Wolfie's Plague, so these things tend to balance out. As we see, Wolfie has achieved full Raid Boss mode, +5 defense, +5 special defense. So the majority of damage that it will take will likely be from overexertions. This puts Golld in a pretty precarious position, even though they have access to Saku. If the Saku doesn't have a way to deal toxic damage, that could be difficult indeed. Even if it does, Bush will likely clear it, so... difficult situation, for sure. For Golld. The move flank being saved in the back here. With +1 special defense, it may also live a Wolfie Plague, so... Golld is definitely having to expend some resources here to sort of take care of the other Tems on Axolotus' team, as this Wolfie looms large in the background. And it will be just a Hypoxia hitting hard into Grumper, not quite enough to take it out. Follow-up Plague will do the job. And Golld just deciding to rest on the Wolfie before bringing in Saku. Now with the OX onto the Wolfie, Golld is sort of freed up to attack this Barnshee. The Barnshee can only energy manipulation at priority, since it committed Tornado. But it may still just be faster. We'll see. Golld's Tems not running very much very much speed at all. Oh, it is a Tornado, so it was Hypoxia on the first turn, my mistake. And the Tornado does strike, the Barnshee knocking itself down. But then Lifeful Sap coming out from Wolfie. This is, I think, Golld's way of playing towards this endgame, having 2 Tems instead of 1. As the Grumper still sitting there in the back means that move flank will be hard. Oh no, the Grumper has been taken down, so this is Golld's endgame that they're playing towards here. If that Saku has Tornado, now is the time to show it, as execution is a looming threat. It will just be Goring, gets the job done. And a Plague landing onto Wolfie. This is not what you want to see if you're Golld. This is going to definitely cause a huge stamina cost if they do go for Dust Vortex, which they do, and it is enough to KO the move flank. So we've got our endgame mirror match here. 1 Wolfie with +1 special attack, +1 special defense, and 2 defense. Axolotus with a +5/+5 Wolfie. However, Golld with the advantage in terms of stamina. Golld going for the rest. Wolfie does get Lifeful Sap off without overexerting. As a result, Golld will likely go for Lifeful Sap themselves. But you can see a large stamina difference between the 2 Tems. And if the game does reach turn 30 and both Tems are the same HP, then the winner will be decided on stamina. So that might be Golld's out here. He goes for Plague onto Volfi. Axolotus simply rests. Now, the next question to consider is who has access to Speed Arrow? And that is Golld going for a Plague again, likely realizing that they will lose out on the HP, and the Plague hits back, but Axolotus just not committing all of their stamina to do so. They are completely out of stamina now. Which means that as we sort of clock towards this endgame here, Golld and Axolotus are both sitting... This is a very interesting endgame. As Golld does have the lower amount of HP, only 4 turns left. Will they go for Lifeful Sap to try and win out here? Without Lifeful Sap, Golld is going to lose on turn 30. What will he decide to do? He goes for Plague. And wisely, Axolotus goes for the rest on Volfi, so Golld's plans to win through overexertion are not quite panning out here. Let's see what they decide to do next. This is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors matches. Attacking could secure Axolotus a benefit, but Golld also having access to Lifeful Sap themselves can heal back up as well. So if they attack and Golld reads it and goes for Plague, then this Volfi is going to be low on stamina. So Axolotus likely taking the safe play to not attack until they can do so without overexerting. And they do rest here. So this likely looks out of reach for Golld now, as doesn't look like a situation in which they can overcome. They would need to use Lifeful Sap and Bush to great effect here. But Lifeful Sap costing 20 stamina means that if Axolotus goes for a Plague, and they do, Golld rests on Volfi, and that is going to be all she wrote, as Plague brings Axolotus' Volfi down a little bit further, and they rest. And the turn 30 winner is Axolotus. GG's. Alright. So as we get ready to head into game number 2 here. As we see our first turn 30 game of my TemTeam Cup streaming days. You know, always good to catch up on some sleep. Vossi asking if Plus is tomorrow, but Plus is actually today, Vossi. Plus is in like 6 hours or something like that, isn't it? It's coming up. The Archipelago League volleys are in 6.5 hours or so. Oh, technically it's tomorrow for Vossi, yes, of course. Australian time zones. And we're back into the match, so let's get that going. Golld's Kinu gets banned out, and I wonder if Golld has to adjust after basically being taken to turn 30 by a more aggressive team. They are going to switch up their approach. Instead of going for the slingshot value plays with Pablo, if they will instead try a different strategy. And it is going to look a little bit different as Golld opts for a Barnchy ban in the first phase. Now, Axolotus is considering what to pick in light of this new information. They're on blue this time instead of orange, so they get to first pick. Which does mean that Golld gets a double counter pick, but with these slower, stallier teams like Golld's, they don't often counterpick specifically for leads. They're more trying to pick up Tems that they think will be important to their overall game plan. So I believe these teams generally prefer to be on blue, but that may not necessarily be the case with Golld's team. We'll see. Axolotus does have Kinu Volfi open to them again, so Golld deciding that they can probably beat that, but we'll see what their actual plan is to do so. Will be Mudrid first pick here from Axolotus. Definitely switching up the strategy here. Mudrid was not selected. And I believe not even banned, but I might be mistaken, in game number 1. Axolotus likely cluing into the slow nature of Golld's team and the lack of anti-sleep tech on it, meaning that Kinu plus Mudrid can control the match pretty well with sleep, so we'll see what Golld decides to do about that. They're banned now. Will be Fire Koish taken out. Axolotus needs to consider which Tem from the back does Golld want to try to bring in as the raid boss. They will ban out the Saku and go for a Doroboros. So double Mentals plus Mudrid. And Golld does counter with the Tortonite, so this is likely the Tem that Golld might be looking towards to take advantage of the Mudrid's not exactly impressive attacking capabilities with ground type or earth type moves to bulk up their Tortonite to be able to withstand such things. Golld, however, is going to have to contend with Volfi once again as it is picked up, so Axolotus getting the double mental synergy as well as the Kinu Volfi in their draft. And Mooflank coming in to round out the draft. Golld opting for Grumper. And here we go. So Kinu opens up next to Mudrid. This is going to help Mudrid withstand an early plague. And of course, Axolotus knowing that Golld's Volfi cannot trap the Mudrid in. But Mudrid having not a very strong turn 1 into Golld's board. Meaning Golld could be expecting a double swap coming here. But with no setup other than Lifeful Sap, what will Golld do to punish? In comes Volfi. And out goes Mudrid. This is a double swap that Golld likely saw coming. But let's see if they punish it appropriately. Volfi going for a plague, and it is resisted, so reading that the Mudrid might stay in. The Toxic Ink, however, doing some good damage onto Volfi. We can see for sure that already this match, bit of a different look for the Volfi, taken down to 66% with a Toxic Tick early on. This is something that, if they do decide to use Lifeful Sap to clear out, they're going to have to get Kinu buffs from the side and build a little bit more slowly. Doroboros looking pretty good into the board state of Golld's, though, so maybe we'll see some swaps here. This double swap is interesting for Axolotus because Volfi covers Tortonite pretty well now that Dust Vortex is online, so Tort can't simply come in and start to threaten cage walls against Doroboros. That's likely what Golld will be looking for. However, it's kind of tough to pull off against this team. Mudrid's resistant makes it so that cage only lasts one turn. Volfi can't be caged, and neither can Kinu. Here is Kinu, so let's see if Golld picks up on the Kinu swap and tries to punish it. And they do stay on both Tems. Plague doing some damage there. But the Lifeful Sap from Volfi will clear the Toxic Tick. It does, however, handcuff itself in as well due to the mechanics of handcuffs. Very interesting there. Volfi now trapped in. And in a tough spot because a simple Toxic Ink or Plague can remove the Lifeful Sap buff. Different story, definitely, for the Volfi coming out here. Golld trying to cover a swap there with the Aqua Stone, like we did the Mudrid. As Golld swaps out their own Volfi. Pablo taking the board here, and will be the Bush. The Bush clearing the Lifeful Sap, so interesting play there. Hypno taking the Calibus into sleep. As now this Volpi is free to Lifeful Sap up again, should they so choose. They are trapped though, which means that Golld will at least get one Tesla Prison hit off into them to buff up OB10. However, it is standing in front of a Dust Vortex and might not want to do such a thing. It will be Tesla Prison. That outsped the Volpi, so Plague likely not being used here. Here's the Revitalize. Will they go for Dust Vortex or the Lifeful Sap? It is the Dust Vortex. Gonna deal some big damage into OB10. Pablo taken down 45%. And an OX on the Volfi, who's no longer trapped and feeling a bit healthier, courtesy of Kinu. Again, a pretty telegraphed set of swaps here from Axolotus, but let's see what Golld decides to do. As it is another double swap, Mudrid and Adoraboros. This is setting up for a Crystal Deluge play. Golld with the Tesla Prison. This is going to deal pretty good damage, moderate damage into Noxolotl, or Adoraboros, sorry. And it does resist the Toxic Ink, so the swap game from Axolotus getting a lot of value here. Slowing down the steady damage that Golld is trying to put in, and while Golld hasn't taken too much damage themselves, the buffs are starting to stack up. As Crystal Deluge is now online and ready to roll. Score right now is 1-0 for Axolotus. So Burrow is active, and I believe so is Bush on Golld's side, and they are going to go for the Bush here. This does protect from the Deluge play. Gross Replicator giving the Calibus evasion. The Deluge is blocked by Calibus, and Inner Spirit is blocked as well. Aqua Stone coming in to deal some pretty good damage, but again, with those Kinu buffs, Mudrid, tankier than expected, is not an easy Tem to bring down. Although with Deluge offline, this board state looks substantially worse for Axolotus, as they are still sitting in front of Calibus, although Calibus may not have access to a water move. OB10 does have a slingshot target, so we could get more speed on Pablo here if Tesla Prison does land. Though they will have to contend with a Dust Vortex from the Mudrid in order to do so. And Kinu comes in. It's going to be a protector buff. Golld going for the Volphy here. Calibus coming out on Golld's side, and it will be Tortonite, so... Tort not able to threaten Cage here. Dust Vortex coming into Volphy, so a good swap from Golld. Mudred's Iron Coating making so that does just about 20% damage. And now, Dust Vortex down. Crystal Deluge is, however, still in play, and this is the thing we have to be careful of with Golld's team, the slow Tems that don't have ways to deal with sleep. So now Axolotus Deluge is back online, though it will cost an overexertion. Hypnosis also online from Kinu, meaning that Axolotus has a lot of different combinations that they can use to deny Golld value from their turns here. Tortonite will retreat, and Pablo takes the board. The Hypnosis coming in. It will land onto Pablo. The Plague dealing some moderate damage to the Adoraboros, the double screen protecting it from too much damage. Tortonite now takes the field on the Volpy side, and it's going to be a Beta Burst from the Kinu onto that slot. Tortonite takes that attack very well. And it's going to be a Synergy Master Psy collab. Huge damage, but unfortunately Tortonite resisting it pretty well. So not actually huge damage, but, you know, always love to see Psy Collaborator, the big team boom boom coming out. Smashing! Now, these Mentals both threatened the... huge play here from Golld, actually. The alerted status from Obi-10 waking up means that Pablo passes the alert status onto Tortonite. Axolotus no longer has the Hypno play on to Tortonite. So, Axolotus now in a more threatened state for sure. These mental Tems probably have to skedaddle facing down Crystal Spikes. A bit of a challenge here for Golld is that simply Sparksing the Tortonite is not going to be a viable win condition, with Volphy and Mudred in play and buffed pretty substantially. So we move on to, can Tortonite win through Doom? And that is a question that will likely be answered throughout the match. Not likely against Volphy, though, with access to Bush. We are waiting to see what Golld decides to do here. They are working into their reserve time. Axolotus could be as well, but I only see that it's Golld. This Kinu getting tons of value for Axolotus' side, though. What will be the play? So, Axolotus opting to stay in with both Tems. Tortonite calling that out slightly with the Crystal Spikes. That's not going to KO, however. And the Revitalize coming back into the Adoraboros. Inner Spirit. Big damage into Tortonite. Some very flashy moves coming out from Adoraboros, and that's going to really hurt the Tort. Kinu is slowed down slightly, as is Adoraboros. Speed being controlled pretty well here by Golld, but he's got to watch out for the HP on his Tems. The Tortonite taking some major damage there from Inner Spirit. So now we, again, have this double mental state where the lower speed on the Kinu means that Hypnosis probably won't be taking off before Tortonite's Crystal Spikes. But with two value swaps into the Spikes, Axolotus can definitely pull another double swap here, should they so choose to. They do have to be slightly wary of the Cage, trapping the Adoraboros in. Let's see what Golld and Axolotus decide to do? Golld's got the Tesla Prison option as well, if they can catch the Volphy or the Mudred coming in. Give them a little more of a boost. But these buffs continue to build on Axolotus. Well, actually, it wasn't a Kinu buff on the Adora. It was just very tanky with double screen. And Golld goes for the Volphy and a bush play, so that is going to give Pablo 2 more special defense, as well as allow it to defend itself from all the attacks here. There will be Beta Burst coming out from Kinu, which does overexert it. And another Psy collab. This one hitting onto Volphy, not a Tortonite. Big damage as Golld's Volphy drops to 33.8% HP. But the two Mentals definitely using a lot of stamina to get their attacks going in here. And Axolotus making another swap. This is going to be Mudred going into that slot. And they do double out. And it will be Volphy that makes its appearance as well. So a Tesla Prison is free here if he does use it, and it will connect onto Volphy. This is a good Slingshot proc, as that's the second, I believe, Slingshot proc. Yes, that's right. Volphy goes for a Lifeful Sap. So the two Tems that have not seen the board yet are Grumper and Mooflank. So Golld can position a bit around the healthy Tems he has left. Calibus, of course, and Grumper, although Calibus is really hard pressed to deal big damage into Tems like Adora Boros. Buffed up Mudred and buffed up Volphy. It's got the Toxic Ticks, but those are resisted by Adoro, resistanted by Mudred, and cleared by Volphy's Bush. So Calibus not looking like a great late game option here. As, like in last game, Pablo has climbed to quite a bit of defensive buffs and speed buffs. And it is a little bit more healthy this game, so let's see if it opts to stay in front of a double Earth threat. One leaves, Kinu comes in, and this turns on Crystal Deluge. What will Axolotus do? The Tesla Prison is going to land onto Mudred, as Pablo's defensive stats continue to climb. Now maxed out. Mudred's Deluge will hit, not for a lot of damage, but a 3-turn sleep. So 2-turn sleep now as the turn passes. Golld's Pablo is not going to be sticking around. Or sorry, not going to be impacting the board much if it does stick around, so it is highly inclined to leave. This Mudred, now at +3/+3, does loom large. Golld has managed to lower the speed of his opponents, but it's unclear if that is going to be something that swings the game in their favor, as their Tems are so slow with Calibus, Grumper. Pablo does switch out. It's going to be Volphy coming in. It's just very well resisted against the board. Mudred leaves. And in return comes Volphy, just in time to likely catch a Revitalize after a Hypnosis here. Hypno, landing on Calibus. And Axolotus is well set up for a Lifeful Sap Revitalize, or a Plague Revitalize, or a Swap Revitalize, or a Q Swap Lifeful Sap. As you can see, the will to stay awake of the caster is slowly draining away as these two stall players take each other on. Oh, I see one of my catchphrases is in chat. East or West, Tiki Book is best. It's true. Volphy going for the bush. It's going to give it some special defense. And the Synergy Revitalize, perking up the team. Is a bit of an OX. Plague, dodged by Bush. Lightful Sap heals. Golld's Thames are now awake and alerted. In the back. And we've got ourselves a real barn burner here. Turn 16. Everybody's still alive. Yes, teach a man to fish, he east for life. It's true. It's a Zen cone, I believe they're called. Someone asked Quarter. So, Madrid's at +3/+3. Volpe's at +1/+1. Pablo's at +3/+5. But again, it's so hard for Pablo to deal big damage and outlast Axolotus' Thames. It's a bit of a difficult matchup for Golld's team, as it's doesn't have any access to side healing. So in comes in comes Calibus. The Plague does land onto Madrid. That's pretty good damage. Madrid resistance makes it so it doesn't get have to worry about any of that stuff. And Bush, giving Volpe that extra special defense. Very good, as many of Golld's remaining Thames are special attackers. And Madrid now perfectly well set up for a swap into Crystal Deluge play. Put the Calibus or the Volpe to sleep for eternity. This Madrid is the sleep control presenting a huge problem for Golld. Once again, the slower team kind of almost at the mercy of these speed control options. But it will actually be the Madrid coming out for Adoraboros, which handles that toxic attack, that plague, very easily. Calibus taking the hit. Will it go for Aqua Stone here, or did Golld read the swap? It does go for Aqua Stone. And that is some not too significant damage, though Golld now maybe starting to chip away a bit at the Adoraboros. As Axolotus continues the swap game, Golld perhaps simply trying to go for a bit more of a value play with the Plague and attack from Thames. Starting to punish these swaps. Here comes Kinu, and it looks like this is setting up for a Psychic Collaborator. Will Golld be able to deal with it? It is a Dust Vortex from the Volpe. This is going to deal pretty good damage with the Kinu buffs. The Adoraboros is alive, and it's an Inner Spirit instead of a Psychollab. That's going to strike true onto the Volpe, but not very much damage. Toxic Ink coming through from Calibus will KO the Adoraboros, and something like 18 turns into this match, we have our first knockout. It will be Adoraboros from Axolotus going down. Yeah, on the start of turn 18, we have our first knockout of the match, and that is not an insignificant knockout, as now it means that Toxic Ink from Calibus will get value on one slot almost every turn, provided, of course, the Calibus is not asleep. Is Kinu well positioned to do so with access to Hypno and tons more speed than Golld's Thames, although speed is lowered by one stage, meaning that Volpe may be able to get ahead of it if the target would be the Volpe. Mooflank going for the cage, only onto itself? Okay. In comes Grumper. Kinu targeting it with Hypnosis, it looks like. No, it will be the Calibus who gets the Hypnosis. Right. So that turn happened. Mooflank caging itself in to exert dominance over Golld's team. And then the Hypnosis putting the Calibus to sleep. Grumper is in. Its primary target is actually out of the match. in Adoraboros, so this likely a turn that Golld could be looking to get a Stonewall going here. But on to which Tem? With Mooflank still in the game, Stonewall is pretty relevant, as only Pablo has defensive buffs on the side of Golld. Calibus is, of course, an intriguing target to buff up for the late game, with one small problem, is that it can never stay awake. Goring dealing pretty big damage. Instead, Grumper will opt to target the Mooflank with Thunderstrike, and that Thunderstrike pretty sizable in terms of damage, deals over 50%. Calibus takes its nap, and now we're looking at the further progression here. Grumper not likely in a position to withstand a double from the side of Axolotus. But the Calibus could get some value with Toxic Ink here. There's only one switch in that really doesn't like it, but no, it will be the double. Grumper will stay in. Plague does hit it, and the Plague being slower than the base jump due to the Tesla prisons means that Grumper does not survive. Golld likely banking on the Plague triggering Reactive Vial, but without Reactive Vial, Grumper could not survive. Now the two Volfies stare each other down as out comes Calibus. Pablo retakes the board. Mooflank going hard into the Goring. The defense from Pablo withstanding that pretty well, and Plague gets the KO onto Mooflank, so Mooflank, Grumper trading spaces for each other. The Dust Vortex, well read, coming in on the Pablo swap. Mudred now coming in, and despite the many boosts that this Pablo has going for it, still are looking at a Kinu, at yet another late game standoff between Kinu plus Volfi and Golld. The Mudred does have -1 speed, so even with a Crystal Deluge play coming in here, or Mudred's innate base speed, it's still going to get outsped by Pablo using Bush or perhaps even Burrow. But if a single attack lands onto it, it could be toast. Alright, so what will the plan be? Oh, look at that big yawn from Mudred. That's what I'm feeling right now. Alright, big bush here from Pablo. So we will see minimal damage being done this turn unless it's a double. A little bit of regen onto the Volfi as well. Plague. Wow, much resist. The Overexert and the Deluge. So that'll be the end of Pablo as we move into both players now at a 3v3, which looks like Volfi KOs Mudred and Volfi KOs Tortonite, and then we've got Kinu Volfi against Calibus Volfi in the late game. But it will be Calibus coming out instead of Tortonite, so what do I know? So Mudred sitting on enough HP that it will die to a Toxic Ink, so Calibus can cover with Toxic Ink, and Golld realizing that if Crystal Deluge was committed, the Calibus actually can't be put to sleep this turn, so it will get to get some value here. Volfi's Plague connects onto Kinu. Does Golld go for Toxic Ink? He does. And Kinu is brought down, so Golld with a strong value play there as Volfi rests, and Golld looking to be in a better late game situation here as Mudred can be taken down by Plague. The Tesla Prison coming in big here, slowing down the Mudred to the point where even Golld's obnoxiously slow Volfi should be able to strike with Plague before it takes a move. Crystal Dust. Doing moderate damage before the Mudred goes down. Wolfie going for Bush. Overexerting itself. Toxic Ink is covered. Alright, so at this point, Axolotus, really outnumbered, goes for the rest. Everyone rests. I'm going to get some rest. See you all in half an hour. No, I'm kidding. We're still here. The 3 turns left. 4 turns left. Wolfie getting some rest. Alright, chat, what's up? What is everyone's favorite flavor of energy drink that we can recommend to Golld for future matches? They will be likely picking up the W here, though, as we see everyone getting lots of rest. Taking the game to turn 30. Wow. Sure was some Timmy Tams today. Plague landing onto Calibus. Not quite securing the kill to conserve TMR. As Wolfie rests, Calibus rests, and Golld picking up the W in game number 2, salvaging the point from the series. So that will be a 1-1 series for our friend Golld. And GG's to both players. Well played by Axolotus. Lots of very impressive swaps. And Golld managing to clutch out the victory in the end. Now let's see here. Looks like I'm going to turn this one on and this one off. Aha! This is actually an incorrect infographic, but I'll be updating it shortly. And then you will all see. And for now, that was Golld versus Axolotus in the official TemTeam Cup May edition. I am East, and we'll be back in just over half an hour, I believe, with our next match, which looks to be... it's going to be... Cielo versus Rishi. So we'll see everyone then. All right, welcome back. We have returned. It's time for the next match of the official TemTeam Cup May edition. We are looking at Cielo Aoi versus Rishi. Ishir, Mr. Rishi, Monswar Rishi. Many names for this Rishi. We'll see how they are going to do in this best of two match. So Cielo gets the first invite, and then Rishi will invite the second time. We are just waiting for both players to be ready and available, and then we'll get the match started. I hope everyone had a good break. We just saw a very interesting match between Golld and Axolotus. 2 games, 60 turns. No Volfies dying. It was an anti-Volfi knockout zone. Both Volfies standing tall for those 60 turns, making it to the end. Golld taking the second match, Axolotus taking the first. Hoping for maybe a little more electrifying. The only really electrifying thing going on was Slingshot Tesla Prison procs in that set, so for a little more exciting, shorter turned action, but we have love for all forms of TemTeam, even stall. Speaking of stalling, I am just filling some space here while we wait for, I believe Rishi is waiting on to accept the invite. So we'll have to wait for that. Hope everyone's having a good day out there in the Twitchverse. Lots of competitive TemTeam action today. Still, as you can see, 2 more matches to go for us. And then shortly afterwards, the last Airborne Archipelago League qualifier will be happening. So that's an exciting turn of events. As you can probably hear in the background, I am refreshing Cielo's status to see if they are available. And we're in. Alrighty. Let's get it on. Here we go. So, Cielo with this more aggressively paced triple fire team, with Volcrane, Scaravolt, and Firekoish, also complementing it with 2 neutrals, one of which is first picked, the Mooflank. Rishi's team, a bit slower. We do see another Tortonite, so Tortonite, pretty popular Tem today. Golld using it in his sets, and Rishi opting for it on his team as well. Rishi with a slower, very bulky mid-range team, running 2 winds, 2 crystals to combat the toxic mental meta, as well as the sort of metal staples of Mushuk, Naga Ragnit, Ulfi, Volerant, Tolkien. The, I guess, most off-meta stuff he's doing being Tortonite and Gialis. Volcrane is banned out, so we will not be seeing it this set. Rishi opens with Mushuk Tortonite, giving Cielo some options here. Mushuk into this is pretty good, as well Barnshi. Quite powerful. It's also potentially not the worst Firekoish either, with the chance to do big damage into Tortonite, slowing down Rishi's game plan. Cielo does have that sort of higher pace to their team. They can definitely strike out and deal big damage much more quickly than the teams that we've seen previously today. So this sort of like up-tempo game plan is something that they can use to punch holes in Rishi's team before Rishi gets set up. And it will be Firekoish, so opting for the tried and true Kisiwa special of Quetzaleno plus big neutral thing, going into the side of Monswar Rishi. He is going to ban out Scaravolt, so we see both other fire Tems being taken out here. And Cielo hovering over that Tulkun. This is the only Tem that Rishi can bring in that will resist. So here we go. Or will Cielo look... No, they do look out to ban the Gialis out instead. That's an interesting play, as it does give Rishi a defensive swap in to Quetzaleno plus neutral thing as an opener. So when you're a higher tempo player, typically like Cielo is in this situation, you normally want to be second banning out things that make it so that you can't get a resistance coming into your wombo combo. Cielo opting instead to go for the ban onto the Gialis, so some sort of larger game plan likely at work here. The Gialis means that only one crystal and melee attacker is available on Rishi's side. Rishi counteracting the Barnshee pick with Ragnet, and of course going for that Tulkun, so they will have that defensive swap to make turn 1. Cielo rounds out their draft with a Mushuk and their own Gialis, so lots of melee damage coming in from that side, as well as some crystal damage to cover the Ragnet pick. Rishi finishes off with their own Volarend, and let's get it on. This is game 1 of the 2-game set in the TemTeam Cup May edition. Rishi versus Cielo Aoi. Turn 1. So, Cielo will possibly, probably, click Quetzaleno and Goring or Base Jump, depending on their trait. I believe I saw Hurry Wart, but I might be wrong. Cage also could be an option here to trap the Tortonite in. Cielo has to make sure that they survive the wastewater coming back from Rishi. This Mushuk, possibly contender for most improved Tem in Saponko, though Oshiara certainly has a claim to that fame as well. Mushuk getting wastewater means its offense is almost unparalleled. Everyone stays in, and Cielo tries to call the switch from Rishi, but Rishi doesn't go for it, firing back with a wastewater. Tortonite sending crystal spikes into Mooflank, and Mooflank with the base jump retaliation into Mushuk. That's going to deal just over 50% to the parrier Mush. We do see War Drum revealed on Koish. The Tortonite staying in does mean that it gets its holds off. It does have access to Cage now, if it wishes to do so. Is going to be Koish throwing that Quetzaleno. Tortonite staying in again. Cielo again going for the Mushuk, trying to get that value trade-off. Mooflank going for the Goring. This will outspeed and just put down. And Tortonite firing back with Toxic Gas. Interesting tech not commonly seen on Tortonite. The Toxic Gas going off there. Dealing some pretty big damage, and that's going to take out the Koish. So overall, Rishi coming ahead pretty significantly in the trade. Mushuk down, Koish down, Mooflank at 30%. Looks like Rishi's choice to leave the Tortonite in, paying dividends here. That Koish being down doesn't have too much long-term effects on any of the Tems remaining in the game, except perhaps Tortonite itself. Tortonite is still threatened by the melee and wind attacks that Cielo has in the back, but without Koish, it is pretty good news for Tems like Ragnet and Volarend, who don't like taking those big Quetzaleno hits before they can get their own moves off. So with Koish out of the picture and Mooflank pretty low on HP, it's looking like a more promising game for Tems like Volarend and Ragnet to potentially have some impact. Both Tamers mulling over what their swap-ins will be here. Rishi's Tortonite, I believe, efficient, although I could be mistaken there. I haven't really seen it. Efficient goes before Tortonite moves, which is always hard for me to track, but I believe it is. If not, then I'm wrong, and it could be going for a confined play here with Cage. Cielo taking some time, going at least 1/3 into their reserve time. They will decide on Gyalis, so... Again, to Gyalis, a very powerful Tem. Ask your doctor if Gyalis is right for you. It does seem right for this situation, although it does have to wait a turn before it gets its crystal moves up. And we've got a forfeit, actually. Rishi giving up game 1 here, Cielo with the victory. I'm unsure why that happened, but yeah. Let's just check the TemTeam. Oh, Rishi has communicated that he was using the wrong team. Yeah, okay, so... Alright. So, that means that it looks like Rishi's going to forfeit game 1, but we are going to see game 2 coming in. When I said that I wanted the games to end sooner, that was not what I had in mind. But, you know, TemTeam, always a surprising game. You never know. So, Rishi will be on blue this time, sending the invite. Okay, we actually are just going to take a, just you know, a quick little fill break here. Rishi's going to double check and make sure that the team is correct with one of our TemTeam officials. So hopefully everyone out there in chat, you're having a great time today. Lots of Tems going on. That was a pretty interesting... I wonder what the elements of Rishi's team were that were not what they submitted for the week. Could be interesting. We'll have to play Spot the Difference in Game 2. But that one was shaping up to be some interesting trading going on, but looks like it was actually illegal trading and thus shut down by the powers that be. So that's 1-0 for Cielo. So they will be playing for 3 points. 1 if they lose, and Rishi will be playing to square the series at 1 point apiece. And in the meantime, we'll just get these refreshed. Oh, I've got a layer I can throw up. Aha. Yeah, look at that. Woo. We've got the TemTeam Cup. Look at that. Fancy green. Nice text. And that handsome Squidward caster down there in the bottom. Always down for some Timmy Tam casting and having a great time so far today. Hopefully everyone out in chat is enjoying the game so far. Oh, and looks like we are into game number 2, so Rishi has squared things away for the team. Hopefully it is the correct team. And we are going to see game number 2. Cielo with a 1-0 lead. So when we play Spot the Difference, the first thing we notice, no Tortonite. Sad. The interesting value play now gone as Nidrasil takes its spot. Cielo with the same team. On the side looks like the Fire Koish will be the first thing banned out. Cielo now having to make a decision as to whether or not to ban... Looks like they're hovering Volfi to ban instead of Naga, so some pre-built tech to perhaps deal with Naga? We'll see. Rishi hovering the Naga, wondering what terrible bait may lie in store. When an aggro player lets Naga through, you gotta know that something's up, and Rishi balking at the Naga pick, hovering the Nidrasil here. He knows something's up, but what exactly could be up? Nidrasil comes out first. Cielo has to commit 2 picks here, so with Naga still looming in the background, this is actually a really interesting pick from Rishi, so the Naga can come in on the second pick and be protected by a ban here, so Cielo has to make sure that they don't leave themselves open to just getting Naga'd, right? So with their first 2 picks here. The Scaravolt looks like it could be a pretty interesting option into the Naga. But Cielo hovering the Volcrane instead. We will see. Oh, and I can see here Kintabe. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Thanks so much for supporting TemTeam and all the great work that we do in this event. Big shout outs to Tylo, of course, for getting everything together for the stream and the event and for hosting everything like that. It's been a great event so far. Depot clap indeed. So it will be Mushuk Scaravolt. This looks like what Cielo would have picked into the Naga anyways. Wastewater and Thunderstrike. And now if you're Rishi, they do go for the Naga, so this is going to be a very, very interesting first turn. As Rishi's Naga can get quite a bit of value against Cielo's team, turning their speed investment against them. But it doesn't look like a turn 1 board that if this Ragnet is banned, can the Naga actually get the space to make plays? We're going to find out. Oh, but Cielo is looking away from the Ragnet ban here. Eyes towards the Mushuk. What could they be planning here? Mushuk taken out, so Rishi given access to that Ragnet to swap into the Nidrasil spot and peel for his Nagais. Meaning we could see some pretty interesting plays on turn 1. So Ragnet snap picked up by Rishi there after banning out the Volcrane. Makes sense. The Earth-type Tem quite strong into Rishi's Ragnet. The double neutral combo being picked up. I believe this may be a physical Valash, but I'm not sure. I can't remember. Either way, very strong into what Rishi's working on here. The crystal resisting the toxic and electric attacks. Rishi following up with Token. That'll help in the toxic matchup as well as against the Mushuk. Gaialis looks to be right for the Barnshi as well. So both teams having plenty of options for one another. This is going to be a very pivotal turn, though, as we get into Game 2. Cielo with a 1-0 lead. Half full triggering on Scaravolt, so this is a big Thunderstrike that Scaravolt has access to here. Cielo very likely teching the SVs so that this Scaravolt can actually underspeed a Deceit Aura Naga. Which means that Electric Storm on turn 2 does pose a pretty significant threat if Rishi is not prepared for it. And Nagais does swap out, so there will not be any turn 1 Madness buff plays. Gaialis takes the board instead. And Cielo likewise will switch out Mushuk into Valash, turning on, if it is physical, turning on its crystal moves for use in a future turn. This Thunderstrike coming down with some pretty big damage. 20%. The mirroring from the Gaialis hitting back, however, dealing a pretty solid amount of damage. And after turn 1, this Scaravolt, suddenly, it doesn't feel so good, Mr. Stark. It could be disappearing before it does its job of checking this Naga. A very strong damage trade there from Rishi. Very clearly ahead on the health bars and statuses, although the buffs favoring the Scaravolt. And 1 turn of Deceit Aura gone, and because the Naga has to come back in, due to how Deceit Aura currently works, Rishi will only have 2 turns of Deceit Aura to play with. But 2 turns can mean a world of difference when you're throwing Beta Bursts and Psy Surges into Tems like Mushuk and Mooflank, so that could be something that Rishi looks to bring out in the endgame. Cielo certainly with some choices to make here. The smart Gaialis swap there, really putting them on the back foot a bit. Will be a Crystal Blight coming out from Valash, targeting this Gaialis. Quite a strong bit of damage. Hook kick coming back and Allergic Spread. Dealing damage in return. Valash will go down. Scaravolt retaliating with the Thunderstrike, but into Gaialis, so between the damage from mirroring and the Toxic Tick, oh, Scaravolt surviving just barely, overexerted him with less than 1% health. This is not a healthy Scaravolt. Only advantage being the speed that it can leverage against the Nogais. Mushrook comes in. This Nidrasil standing tall, standing proud for Mr. Rishi here. This thing has gotten a tremendous amount of value with its Toxic Ticks and bulk here. It does present a bit of a hill that only Barnsey can really help Cielo climb. Well, if the Mushrook is tireless, it can definitely build up some momentum against it. Cielo looking at the Gaialis as kind of this target that needs to go down. But the Scaravolt so injured. Gaialis goes for Sharp Stab. Scaravolt stays in and will take it. So down goes Scaravolt. Oh, and the uppercut is just not quite enough. Rishi's Gaialis just ate its Wheaties this morning and took the damage strong enough to withstand it. And with Sharp Stabs down, it's likely a sitting duck unless it swaps, but Gaialis has done lots of good work putting Rishi up. Almost 2 whole Tems here. Barnsey now in to threaten the Nidrasil. Without access to Sharp Stabs, Gaialis is not going to be getting very much damage out into Barnsey before it moves. But the Barnsey does have a job to do, taking out the Nidrasil. And we'll see if it's able to do that with all of the support that Rishi can bring from the back. And it will be a Nidrasil swap out here from Mr. Rishi for the Ragnet. This is well positioned to take a wind attack if they go for it, but it will instead be Energy Manipulation to defeat the Gaialis. It'll trigger a small amount of damage from Mirroring, I believe. No, it does not, because it does not survive. Wastewater, dealing sizable chunk of damage. This looks like a good a turn as any for the spooky squid from the back to return. 2 more turns of Deceit Aura left for Mr. Rishi's Nogais, and with Scaravolt and Valash both taken out, looks like a tough situation for Cielo. Ragnet throws the Electro Punch into Barnsey, and that is some fried chicken going down incredibly quickly. Nogais throwing the Beta Burst into Mushrook, and that's just not quite enough to KO. Wastewater coming back in, dealing some big damage, but the Reactive Bile healing back up. Mushrook going down to Overexertion. Toxic Tick dealing some damage, and now it is a move flank against a Deceit Aura Nogais, and this one looking pretty much like curtains for Cielo. Rishi with a super strong showing in game 2 here. Able to leverage the Naga to pick up the W as Side Surge Electro Punch takes out the move flank. And Rishi with the 4-0 victory. Showing off the power of Deceit Aura there and pivoting around excellently with a very bulky Gaialis. So GG's to our players. We are going to be back, not at this time, later on. I'm just going to edit that real quick as the stream continues here, but we'll be back in, looks to be just under an hour for our next match, which will be Sryzen and Tsubaki-chan, the very first time that I get to see Tsubaki-chan on the TemTeam stream, so should be an exciting time, and we will see you in an hour. Oh yeah, and just to clarify real quick before I go, so it is a tie. It's a 1-1 tie. Rishi forfeited game 1 because of a incorrect team, and so both players get 1 point, and they'll move on from there. And yeah, see everyone again in an hour.
down, King. 15-11.
Well, I'll tell you, it's the right ankle that has had the problem, not the takeoff angle. ACP is involved and active offensively. This Laker team can be very tough.
True to the lob. Throw it down, King. 15-11.
Well, I'll tell you, it's the right ankle that has the...
Yeah, I was born ready. Hello there, chat. I hope you guys have been enjoying the break.
Alrighty, we are back and we've brought more friends. Everyone, please welcome Gaijin Boo to the stream. Hello, Gaijin Boo, how are you doing?
I am doing fantastic, and hello everybody. Hope you guys have been doing well.
We've got the second last game of the day coming up. It's going to be Tsubaki-chan versus Sryzen. We have Tsubaki with the invite. We're just waiting for the players to get together here before we jump into the game. Like Gaijin said, I hope everyone out there is enjoying the matches so far today. A lot of competitive TemTeam action happening, so we should be spoiled with another great set of games coming up here. And it looks like we are just about to start.
Oh man, I'm excited to watch Tsubaki and Sryzen play. Tsubaki always has some fun stuff to show. It's been super interesting seeing all the Tems people are using with the new Sipanku Tems. Which ones are getting used, which ones aren't.
Yeah, which Tems are seeing more play than they were prior to the patch, and which ones have sort of fallen off in use. Obviously, a lot of the big stuff from the Kisiwa meta is kind of still around and seeing a lot of play, so how it's mixing in with the new Tems is really interesting to watch so far.
Yeah, absolutely. With with more electric Tems that are actually usable, and Kisiwa had a lot of earth Tems. There were of course some fire Tems, and then Volfi, which Sipanku doesn't counter really at all outside of what neurotoxins. Oh god, Cycrox, but not that really counters it. It's still neutral damage, but Doom and Toxic is like one of the best ways to take down Volfi anyway.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen a lot of Volfi getting played here in these TemTeam Cup games, and also just in tournament play in general. The Tem much stronger with the presence of additional electrics, and also, like you said, not a lot of ways introduced to take it out here. So we are still just waiting on invite to going out here. Tsubaki is doing the invite, so they will be on blue, I believe. Just waiting for the invite to get accepted. There we go. So we've got into the game here. Let's take a look-see. We've got, Tsubaki on their alt, of course. Tsubaki Khan up against Sryzen.
Yes. I always forget about the alt account.
So Sryzen with looks like a kind of a mixed bag mid-rangey aggro squad here, running the Nature Chromion. That's a pretty interesting new tech. And then Baki, I believe this is the same team that they were running in Roadhouse with Ragnet swapped in for Golzy.
Ooh, it's super nice it's really nice to see Schween getting some more play. I know we started to see it a bit at the end, like before Sipanku, but after the buffs, it's a lot more enticing.
Fluid Barrier gives Tsubaki's team, and Quartz Shield, gives Tsubaki's team another option for defensive scaling when Kinu gets banned out, which is something that people can do if they have ways to deal with Nagais. But Sryzen, of course, running all of these faster paced, more aggressive Tems, doesn't really have a great way to deal with Naga, so out it goes, and Mushuk banned by Tsubaki as well.
It is very much still a great idea to take out Naga. I mean, a lot of people were wondering whether or not it would see a lot of play with the introduction of the digitals and electric Tems, but I just have always assumed it was going to take a more mix-like play style.
As we see, Sryzen is actually opening the Mimit first pick with a Hedgen on the side. So whatever Tem Tsubaki picks here second, that will be the Tem that Sryzen will have access to. This is generally a very good aggressive opener because of the Doppelganger Brooch. That means that Sryzen's side board will have at least Doppelganger Brooch advantage throughout the first two picks here.
Ooh, Kino Yaller, the classic opener.
Yeah, so Sryzen will have Yaller, and they have the next ban here, but Tsubaki getting that Kinu Yaller in play likely indicates that the Yaller is not carrying a chamomile item. The only way that would work is if Kinu was severely lowered in its speed SV.
Both banning the Mashuks. Mashuk's not going to see any play this game. Not this match.
What Tem Baki goes for here on the ban, because that kind of foreshadows what Baki will use in their backline to sort of preserve the victory here. Fire Course getting banned out.
Yeah, you don't really want another fire on the field with Hedja in there. Hedja's a little bit easier to deal with, I think. Especially with Mashuk gone and not really any toxic on. I mean, you've got Volfi, but that's not going to do a lot with the neutral damage there.
For sure, and Oshiara and Valash, both of those very fast Tems. I believe in a Roadhouse, Tsubaki ran a physical, but still scaling Valash that ran Sharpening as its way to boost itself. So interesting to see if Baki does go for that again. And then the Valash on Sryzen's side, likely a more aggressive variant. Could be special, could be physical, I'm not sure. Schween picked up, so there will be 2 supports and 3 raid bosses is the strat that Baki's going for here. What do you think the last pick here is?
I definitely think they're considering that Chromium, but probably... I don't know, Regnant seems like a tough pick here. I mean, he's got Valash and Schween.
Normally it wouldn't be so bad with Perfect Jab, but...
Plus Volfi.
Regnant having Perfect Jab might not matter as much, because Guardian will shut that down, and Kinu will just undo it all with Protector buffs anyways, so... This is part of why it's so infuriating to play into Baki's team. That's how good it is, right? So, let's get into the match. Sryzen with the Mimit lead, so we will see some bear-on-bear action on turn 1 here.
Bear on bear.
There's the... And it is the Grease revealed on Kinu. So this Yowler not Chamomile, and so we can reason that the Kinu is not Speed Scout.
Not gonna lie, I just can't get over how good all the Mimits, the Mimit copies look. Like, I think Mimit Yowler looks better than regular Yowler.
I believe we're still waiting to see our first perfect Mimit Luma as well, which will be pink instead of blue. There's the Plasma Beam coming in. And it looks like
some
both
Kinu
Yowlers,
taking the burn there.
Yeah. Baki does opt to stay in Beta Burst. That's a lot of damage.
Does take quite a bit of damage, even with 30% off, damn.
And both the Yowlers, of course, flexing their biceps, letting each other know what's about to happen to them. So, most Mimit builds favor almost maximum speed. That indicates that Sryzen's Yowler is actually going to move first, which might actually be worse for him in this mirror match.
Yeah, because of Comebacker. I mean, he did show off first, which definitely indicates he's got the speed advantage there. Who shows off better? It's a good question, Paduk.
Normally, in this case, the Mimit board is favored because you have this Doppelganger Brooch advantage on your moves, but Yowler might be one of the rare exceptions where that's actually not the case, and you want to be slower in this case. Well, let's see how it plays out. Looks like Sryzen is going a bit into the reserve time here, making their decision.
Really thinking about that next play here.
The Hedgin is interesting. It could go for a burn to try and reduce Yowler's effectiveness, but then it risks itself getting Savage Suplexed for big damage.
Which they definitely don't want.
The Kinu is tempting as well, right? Because I believe it did 48%.
Yeah, it did a pretty big chunk of damage there.
So a Plasma Beam would likely KO, but I mean, true to its name, Swappy is probably not staying on the board for a second turn here, but we'll see. Sryzen going into over a third of their reserve time to think about this. This is definitely a complicated turn from the perspective of a Mimit player.
Yeah, I'd honestly expect maybe a Volfi or Schween swap here. I just don't think Swappy's going to be sticking in because otherwise, you know, one buff isn't really worth it here.
And the Kinu.
Yep, and there goes Swampy.
There it goes.
For the Schween. For that 4x threat onto Hedgine here.
Hellfire coverage not so bad. And Yaller will go for the Savage Suplex. This is actually pretty strong damage with the Doppelganger Brooch, so Yaller not feeling great about that. But it says no you. And it's
yeah,
back
that's
even harder.
That was a good trade-off there. Yaller did take a huge chunk of damage, but the defense buff definitely helped out there. And Comebacker hits a bit harder than Doppelganger.
Ooh, Oshiara now coming in.
Ooh, Hurry Warp probably going for the Aquatic Whirlwind threat on that Yaller, most likely.
That is a large amount of damage, so now you kind of have to ask yourself, how much special defense is invested on this Yaller, because Aquatic Whirlwind Fire Tornado is not an easy task to withstand here on the Yaller's side, but it is not Chamomile, so it can swap out and keep its buffs. Interesting to see what Tsubaki decides to do. Face down with these Tems here.
Yeah. Anything coming in here is going to take a huge hit.
And you would think that you would be not so upset to leave Schween in and try to go for some sort of water move here, but it's not entirely clear if Tsubaki is running a water type attack and with access to moves like Sacrifice, Court Shields, Fluid Barrier. Schween does have a bit of 4 move slot syndrome in Seppunku.
The Volpe would avoid the Hellfire, and it would tank the Aquatic Whirlwind quite a bit. Oh, Swampy coming in to buff the Schween here.
Yep. Aquatic Whirlwind. This is probably going to KO the Kinu, actually, even though it's resistant.
Oh,
not quite, not quite.
That is a chunky. This will definitely KO the Kinu.
Yeah. I was going to say poor Kinu, but I don't think anyone in chat shares that sentiment, and it is Aqua Bullet Hell, so a water type attack chunking the Hedgen.
Yeah, that is some serious damage onto Hedgen there.
And in comes the Volpe, so Kinu has hit the deck, but
Fire Tornado's offline, so that's good.
This is an interesting read here by Tsubaki. So Oshiara's 2 water type moves, other than Aquatic Whirlwind, are typically Tsunami and Servatios. And Hedgen's ideal move here is Hellfire. Those moves are obviously not hitting Volpe very hard, like at all. So
yeah.
But with the presence of so many fires, is Sryzen running high pressure water as a tech instead of Blizzard to synergize with the Hedgen here? Let's wait and see. Looks like we didn't have to wait too long. Oshiara coming out. Plasma Beam. That's a pretty good burn there. Oh, no burn because of Guardian, of course. And the Volpe is handcuffed, so that Valash will be locked in. Court Shield. Baki, addicted to buffing his Tems, continues that line of play. So if we open our screen here, let's take a look.
Yeah, he kind of needs to take out that Hedgen to take care of Valash in the back here, because outside of, I mean, Oshiara could do some pretty decent damage, but I think he might, because that, I mean, the Hedgen has absolutely no stamina here, but putting in anything else is probably also not going to be great.
Yeah, it does kind of feel almost like Sryzen might be running out of bullets here to take shots at Baki's Tems, as they're getting buffed up, and we know this Volpe very likely runs Lifeful Sap, and if that's the case, it's going to be able to shrug off damage if Sryzen can't keep applying it, so... Will this Valash...
I feel like this is probably, what, a Pigment Inverter Chromion, most likely? It's the nature one, right?
It is the nature one. It could be, also could be Cinder Typer for the synergy with Hedgen and Mimit.
Oh, right, digital synergy.
And it is physical Valash, so Sryzen opting to pour that damage into the Volphy does help offset that Lifeful Sap slightly. Valash still trapped in, and now here comes the Chromion, so Pigment Inverter not really a factor just yet, as Volphy will resist both forms of the Chromion. And no Sinner Typer benefits to be had, as all the digital and nature Tems are out of the game on Sryzen's side.
Man, Chromion's animations are just just fantastic.
Looks really cool. Do you know how to tell which is a Sinner Typer and which is a Pigment Inverter Chromion?
I do not.
Oh, but that's good, because you can't. We had a working theory for a while that it was the tail color, but it's not actually correct. Going to be just a nature torrent here. Solid damage, base jump, solid
About
damage.
20%.
Tsubaki opting to buff a Tem for, I believe this is the fourth consecutive turn that they've opted for buffs.
So many buffs, and they're just letting the Shween sit there.
Yeah, the Shween providing tremendous defensive value. Kinu goes down, but Abaki just keeps on going with Shweenu instead. Sryzen, on the other hand, for a Valash that's trapped in front of a Volphy, not bad at all. Managed to get off 2 base jumps, dealing pretty solid damage. Maybe even putting Baki a little bit on the back foot here. And we get more big damage. Nature Torrent base jump.
Yeah. Valash is gone, proccing that Scavenger. Well, that brings it right back to where it was about.
Yep. But the Shween getting low on stamina now, and it is interesting that Baki actually went for 2 attacking moves on the Shween, so it is missing one of Sacrifice or Fluid Barrier. Get the feeling we're about to find out which one that might be, though. Who knows for sure here. Valash looking at that Yowler like, okay, I've done some damage, but, maybe I don't want to get Oshidashi'd. But let's see. They just go for it.
Going for it.
Ooh.
Not doing a lot of damage here.
But there's Resin Trap. This could be quite a bit of damage. Oh, just not enough. Keeping the Yowler trapped in.
Oh, there's Fluid Barrier.
Does raise that special defense, but Yowler unfortunately is locked in. But it goes for the Hibernate.
Goes for the Hibernate. Brilliant. Just negating all that damage that was just done. I think it's actually a little higher than it was now.
Yeah, and I believe Sryzen double OX'd for that. So they are definitely lower on tempo now, needing to pick a Tem to swap out or find a way around this big bear, who continues to just tank itself up. Very close there with Ninja Jutsu plus the Resin Trap. Just not enough.
Yeah, I think this Valash is probably getting sacrificed here. It's not going to do much against anything else here.
Second Hurry Wart does mean that Serbatio's Wrath is going to be online here.
Ooh, okay, he didn't overexert the Valash.
Yeah. Base jump does
so
pretty good
do
damage.
some decent damage there to Volphy. And now it's gone.
That's a...
Although...
That's a kind of an interesting way to fight Yowler, is to make sure that you get your Tems as low as possible before so it doesn't get as much value off of moves like Oshidashi. So we look at the remaining board here. The Shween could come in to take a water attack here. Chromion without its Resin Trap this turn. As we see Serbatio's Wrath, this is going to give Oshiara +1 if it manages to live the turn.
Odds might be against that. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that plague is looking good. Not so good. And here we go. Yowler from the top rope. Kablamo. That'll be the end of Aqua Horse.
Yowler said you've got one shot and you better make it count, and it did not really count.
It looked cool. It looked cool. Looked really cool.
It did look good.
Yeah, it looked cool.
It looked great.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to go out, you might as well go out in style.
Exactly.
And
so game one,
Sryzen sees the light at the end of the tunnel and just accepts it.
Yep. So congratulations, game one going to Tsubaki Juan.
Juan.
Yeah, and we'll wait for Sryzen to jump into game two here.
GG guys, GG.
And yeah, so thoughts on game one, what we expect to see in game two?
I expect that Schween to be banned, honestly. Either Schween or Kinu. I think Sryzen realizes that one of those two have to go. They did way too much work in buffing those, or he's going to actually do some damage to the Schween earlier on, because just letting it sit there and buff everything was just not good.
That is true. Definitely something that they're going to have to watch out for there. And something that you all should watch out for is that we're going to talk about the prize pool of this tournament real quick. Looks like it's going to be 150 euros from the TemTeam organization. 75 euros on top of that from donations makes a 225 in total. And 310,000 Pansuns, 150 of those from Tylo, and another 160,000 from sign-up fees. And all donations do go to the prize pool. And again, big thanks to Tylo and TemTeam for being not only an incredible resource for players, but also for putting on this heckin' good event. So
so Tylo, if I donate $75, it'll make the prize pool 300. 300 euros.
I'm not Tylo, but Tylo could answer that question for you.
Oh, I know. He's in chat.
All right, let's see if we can catch some game two action, and there we go.
Ragnet catching the first ban here, and
Sryzen,
both Ragnet.
Both
Ragnets.
Ragnets.
No.
Yeah,
both
you're right.
Ragnets.
Both Ragnets.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was looking at the wrong side for a second.
Yeah, no worries. So this is the I'm going to Naga you. Yeah. So.
Oh.
What does Sryzen go for here? This is going to be super interesting. So, pretty much every Naga player is running Reactive Vial, which means that this Mushrook is going to deal some damage, but probably not enough to secure a KO. So what does Sryzen follow it up with? And can Naga withstand the... It's going to be the Nature Chromion. So, again, let's see what's going on here.
A pretty smart pick for the second Tem there.
I wonder if Tsubaki just stays in and double beta bursts the Mushrook.
I would be surprised with the Nature Chromion if Mushrook stays. I think we'll see a different Tem swap in here.
Yeah, Mimit second band and Yowler kick to the curb as well.
Okay, leaving in both of the buffers, but if they take out Yowler, they're probably going to be okay since Yowler's such a dominating force.
Yeah, so if bear on bear action was too intense for everyone last time, we got some shrooms in this one so everyone can just chill out and relax a little bit, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting to see that both Mushooks make it in this round. They were both banned last round, but they're both here to play.
I believe all four bans are unique, right? From this game to last game?
They are.
Yeah.
They are unique. Actually, well, the Ragnet, so Sryzen definitely got his Ragnet banned last match.
Okay, it was Mushrook and Ragnet instead of
Yeah.
Ragnet. So 3 unique bans. So we're going to see a lot of newer Tems from game 1. So some Schween going in that last slot. Baki once again appears to be running 2 supports and 3 raid bosses. Here we go.
I mean, when it works,
Yeah.
it works.
Can Sryzen get out from under this Deceit Aura? The aggro smothering raid boss it is. We're about to find out. So game 2 here, Sryzen is playing for 1 point. If Tsubaki wins, they will be taking 3 points from the set. So lots of stuff on the line here. Let's see what turn 1 has for us.
Mashuk might not swap out here. I don't think there's really any good swaps. So it's going to be... I mean... Valash would not live either, I don't think. Or just barely.
Yeah, and this definitely also isn't a set of Tems that you really want to be hitting Nagai's Fury. Like, you don't want those Tems to be eating Naga's Fury either, but...
Exactly.
You might not have a choice with Reactive Vial and a Kinyu buff. This Naga is not nearly as frail as the Nagas of old. It definitely has some resiliency to it.
And I would argue, well, not argue, I would assume that Tsubaki probably has this a little bit heftier. I know he likes to chunk stuff up.
So harmful microwaves coming out at low priority. We'll trigger the reactive
There it
vial.
is.
Beta burst puts
Oh!
Mashuk at 2%. So this is not a
That
very high
reactive
HP.
vial's not
Oh, and
gonna
the
do
double.
anything. You were definitely right on the double there, but damn, that Naga hitting like a truck.
Yeah, that Mashuk was trying to sign up for college sorority, but it didn't quite get in. Hit with a beta bursts, and down it goes. So now what? You've got this Naga. It's reactive viled, Isidora, stonewalled.
Oh no!
This is these things keep aggro players up at night, guys, and I'm telling you.
Oh, Chromion overexerts here.
Yeah.
We've got the Naga's Fury coming
Synergy
in.
Naga Fury, pink tentacles. Ouch.
Oh.
The base jump doing not bad. That's a pretty decent chunk of damage, but I mean,
Yeah, with this being a physical Valash, that definitely helps a lot, especially since it's got the reactive vial triggered neutralized, so it's just gonna do. It's not gonna be resistant.
yeah, it does look like this Naga actually dropping a fair bit of stamina from the usual build. Is I'm not sure if it has enough to side switch without overexerting here, but if it does so, it will be able to get full value. Also, we may need to check on Tsubaki as it's turn 3 and his Kinyu has not yet swapped out.
Swampy is not staying true to its name today,
Yeah, definitely.
but it has not at all needed to move though.
Yeah.
It knows it's not the threat.
It pulled out the guns with Naga on turn 1 and went bop bop, no more shroom for you. And since then, it's Sryzen.
I'm
gonna have to make a
still
great play
shocked. Still shocked. I honestly, I thought. I was not expecting that Mashuk to take that much damage from Naga. I mean, I know it's super effective, but damn.
Yeah, everyone's running these tireless Mashuks now, guys, and they've forsaken the idea of bulk in favor of going fast,
I
overexerting
noticed
themselves,
that.
and dealing damage.
Everybody's got a head giant on their brain. Gotta go fast. But this is what happens.
And Nagai said, "Not in this club." Smacked it around with some beta bursts.
All right. Oh, going for the revitalize on Swampy, staying in. Oh, actually taking a hit here.
Yeah,
So
punished for that.
Swampy finally getting punished for helping out this Naga become such a raid boss. Although getting off the revitalize, and now Naga's looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, and one more turn of Decidora. So we've got potentially another
Naga's Fury
Synergy Fury
probably-
coming at her, yeah.
And that's gonna not feel good on that Koishin. I think Kinu's done such a good job here that it would actually be okay getting KO'd. You know, it's done its job, and it doesn't have a lot of health left here. I mean, it's got what if it swapped back in? It'd have 3.3% health left.
Yeah, Stonewall the OX sounds good right about here. Let Sryzen's team deal with a +5, +2 Nagais next to a Shuin. Sure.
Ooh.
Yeah. Do you need to seed Aura to win with that? Probably not.
You don't. You definitely don't.
Let's see. Notably, this Naga has not yet Madness buffed. Though it doesn't need to. Look at this. Pink tentacles again. There goes Valash.
Oh. Not that there was any other option there. Valash had to stay. I mean, whatever was coming in was
He just got the gun again.
Almost dead.
Oof.
Oh no.
Oof.
That was a good sacrifice there. Not the normal sacrifice, but absolutely worth it.
Yeah. The beta bursts are coming out in full force this game. It's been a tough one for Sryzen. Down 4-2 here.
Safe swap right into Mashuk Shween here, and basically GG's at that point.
Yeah, just keep the Naga in. Be like, kill it, I dare you.
Yeah, I mean, just with a no stamina, maybe a swap, but
yeah,
maybe not though. It doesn't really need to swap. It could overexert and just decimate something.
That's true. Yeah, so turn 5, looking like a tough one for Sryzen. They do have access to some digital moves here. This is going to be Synergy Microwaves. Big damage. Synergy Microwaves. Big damage.
Ooh.
Down goes the Mashuk. Naga does just rest.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Now that's actually going to be a little bit of a threat here to Naga with no Deceit Aura online. Even a Fury, I don't think it's going to make it to two microwaves here.
That is true. All of a sudden, Sryzen, they do have a way back into the game. No dinner prepared, but they can throw it in the microwave and reheat some stuff here.
Naga probably swaps out to Volfi, though, and then that just, microwaves does damage, but it doesn't delete.
Yeah, I mean, for Sryzen, what else are you going to do, right? Like, you gotta go for it, I guess, right?
You might as well. You don't really have a choice at this point.
Yeah.
Naga
Harmful microwaves.
Stays?
Big damage. Harmful microwaves. Big damage. Down goes the Naga.
There it is. Tsubaki hoping that that's going to be maybe enough here.
Imagine
and it does not
what
take
happened.
Down.
We have a game all of a sudden.
We do have a game. I told you he needed to swap out Naga.
Yeah.
But I think he knew it was going to die anyway. There was nothing it could really do. So probably just taking out some stamina from these two here.
How fast is this Volfi, though? This is interesting, because if this Chromion is max speed, Nick can resin trap the Shween before it gets killed? That might be...
If I remember from last match, I don't think this Volfi's that fast.
Plague is Prio, though, which is always a tough one for Chromion when the opponent has priority moves. I'm not sure how Hedgen beats Volfi from there, but at least he can be like, hey, it was 1-0.
Ooh,
Harmful microwaves, big damage. Resin trap does go off.
There. Oh,
it's enough.
God, it's a comeback. Hopes and dreams, baby. We know that Sryzen microwaves all his food. Although this is not looking good. Yep. This is not looking good with Chromion off the table here against a Volfi. This Hedgine is not liking that.
There is the option of Generify, although it looks like with Plasma Beam, they might not be running it. So this does Vortex. I'm going to spin him right around. Does live. Baki...
I think a Sandstorm probably kills here, right?
It does, but
if it has
hasn't run Sandstorm on Volfi in 7 years. So it's absolutely... it's Lifeful Sap 100% of the time. So, Hedgen's got a shot here. Doesn't really.
We know how much Tsubaki likes stall, so you always got to keep a little bit of Lifeful Sap in the back.
Yeah. Fire Tornado. This is going to be close. Coming out from Hedgen.
Not enough. And
Just
it overexerts. That's a GG.
You know what? Got it. Hand it to Sryzen.
That was honestly interesting.
Close.
I thought Harmful Microwave was going to be the king. Was going to bring it all back. Like,
Very close one, though.
Sryzen has one of the most powerful microwaves on the planet, it seems.
Yep. And reheated most of the food, but not quite all the way through. And Tsubaki manages to
With
clutch
how
out a
many
victory.
dead Tems he fit in that thing, it's got to be the size of an oven.
For sure. All right, now I'm going to edit the overlay in a little bit here, but we actually are going to drop the stream for a bit here, as we do have our next game coming up in, it looks like 2.5 hours is going to be, actually we'll switch overlays real quick one more time. Yes, so...
Disclaimer, don't put Volpe in the microwave.
Yeah, don't put Volpe in the microwave. Yeah. Sukli versus J Doragon.
J Dolagon.
Yes, J Dragon. J Dragarino. That'll be
Axolotl King.
coming up in about 2.5 hours or so. So until then, thanks so much for casting with me, Gaijin. And
yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for letting me come on for my very first cast, and thank you all for bearing with me. I know I'm not as exciting as, say, somebody like Farthing or Quarter here, or East. You know, I've never done it, but thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. It's definitely fun.
All right, and we'll see everyone back here in a little bit. So take care.
Are we raiding anybody, or?
Oh, we can raid. Yeah, actually, I forgot.
Yeah, we might as well throw the raid to Rishi here, right?
Let's take a look. TemTeam. Yes, Rishi on the grind. Let's do that real quick. I have to... I don't actually know if I can. I don't, because I'm not... It's actually not like my stream, right? Technical difficulties. All right, so we're going to figure that out. In the meantime, we'll see everybody in a bit.
All right, take care, everybody.
check out the official TemTeam. They will be streaming all, or as many matches as they can, of the TemTeam like tournament. So yeah, make sure to hit them up. Make sure to give them a follow. Make sure to support them. Tyler's doing an amazing job with this tournament, putting a lot of work into it. Thank you so much,